You bet I have no. That's a bad idea. Game's like, where's the others? Alright, so I just gotta turn the voices up a little. Is there a way to just like not have it on? It is. I'm trying to see if I can just like turn it on. Okay. There, out there. That should be there. Out there. Alright, now hopefully the voice isn't too loud. Community, send out some gifts here, bro. I need some fucking gifts, man. Okay, so go to name, the X button, and gifts. Efficiency +2. Oh. Yeah, we'll get efficiency +1. So I guess the different efficiencies allow you to group your characters. Which is kind of cute. Some trees with the roots. Oh, I see it right over. Facing through the wall. Trees with the roots. Oh, I see it right over there. Facing through the wall, bro. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's up with the scanner? So foreign tower was for users, so she's gonna try to mix it out. Everybody's still trying to do it all, like, mixing it. Yeah, so that is this goes to the right of this report actually this goes to the right of the axles and see these are axles like backwards or something. They want to connect it with oh. Oh, that makes sense. I guess he see what it rapid fire. I say we go this one today. This one knows. Yeah. Oh, but I only get 8 for that? I guess I did take some back. Yeah, I was like, I wanted to do something actually like Disney, bro. Because like if I just did the same thing over and over, I could yeah. Oh, I see. Alright. No, both. There's no maintenance. That's why it's not. Yeah, he cheeses the shit out of you. You fucking kill two. Yeah, yeah. Once I realized that the issue was a little bit about that, a little bit makes it stronger. Something along those lines. I can't leave the world map right now because I'm actually in plus. Yeah, like this isn't the world map. I would assume. Oh, these are these get pretty first. Oh, no, I can't. Give me plus 1 HP, but does it actually increase my health? So it does triple exclusively. This should give me a plus 1. Yeah, well, if he has to live the battle twice, bro. Android fucking, the shortest height. Yeah. Oh, I see, you mean this is Drag Rider. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, dude, that's some good actual food that I don't think it's microwave. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, I found, oh. Isn't this the guy who's like a total pervert? Dragon Ball? Yeah, that's Yamcha. That's fucking, no, that's fucking, in Dragon Ball, there's this whole fucking school blow. Right? Ran out of Ulo? That's somebody else. But, oh, you're the four. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Who rules the Ulo? No, in the very beginning, there's no Ulo. Oh, no, I'm thinking of Korea. Least intimidating of all of the people I've ever seen. Dude, what is this key doing? It's flying around. Yeah, that's what that was, yeah. Yeah, he's definitely doing too much. She's a beast. She hits you, she hits you. He's like, beat you. Yeah. Yeah, but in being the strongest ever get up all the others. What's up, what's the big problem? So uses his key to play basketball. Yeah, no, just his present answer. I'm sure you from the learning curve. I'm sure it's like a question you do with it. yeah, make sure I switch to finally right. Yep, me too. I want to be conservative. I want to be conservative. Yep, I want to be conservative. Yeah, I want to be conservative. I want to be so you know how the other the cap right? Like the 25, only 25 like this limit. Now the big crap we discussed it with the one and I was trying to be nice about it. Yeah, I was no matter if I could even because he's afraid of God. When I realized that, I didn't see nicer, but eventually got to the point where like you're not trying to connect with me or whatever. You really know about it. You can't even if all I wanted to do was get the fucking get something and got that across the road. Yeah, I guess so. I guess well, that's kind of right. Hoping we'd like do something that actually hurt it. We'll do it. We'll do it on phone.
I guess you're no longer the little crybaby you were 6 months ago.
Hey, I was wondering, you fought my dad a long time ago, right?
I did, and I've still got a score to settle. Once the Saiyans are gone, your dad's next.
You know, my dad told me something. He said, you're not like the old Nicola. He said, you don't seem like such a bad guy.
The people you do it crazy.
I think my dad's right. Even though my mom and grandpa are still scared of you.
Oh, I get you.
Just shut your mouth and try to get some sleep. I'm gonna put you through hell tomorrow.
Okay.
Stupid kid.
But no, it's just something just pick up. But in late A, how do we know Vernon is the best? So we know that 8%, right? So what I'm saying is, how do we know it's not the same race as Phoenix does? But it ended up being like a factory different. Okay.
Wow! I can't believe it!
Where did he get fired about the laptop?
Thanks, it wasn't easy. It's like I keep saying. The spirit bomb was formed by gathering energy from everything around you and concentrating it into a ball. It's incredibly powerful. Blow it up and you'll know the very planet you're trying to protect to please it. And that's why you should only use it as a last resort, and only once for that matter.
Good guy.
He very well might be able to go through the entire training regimen.
We only got stronger, but gangster mode.
This is a great time. Remember this. You eat, sleep, fight. That's your life now. Don't you dare forget it.
What if I just...
That's enough. Unless you want to die, you have to get stronger. Stronger than me. Stronger than the Saiyans.
He is the same.
No, it's just...
Less complaining, more fighting.
All I do is train. I'm not eating or sleeping. I'll die before I get very strong. No way I'm gonna be as strong as my dad or Mr. Piccolo. It's impossible. Wait, now's my chance. I can sneak home. All right. I think I'll go look for something to eat. Please, stronger than me. If I keep up this training, there's not gonna be much left of me.
You got it here, bro. Go to the dirt. Come back, I was gonna say, just stay there for a bit and let it out. Once you let it out, it's better.
Okay, no worries.
Go
working. He's making moves. That's what he's supposed to do. He ain't waiting till the last minute. That's what I like about Michael. Michael didn't show me he was real dude when he came in and said, "Do you need my help on emptying your trash, Kimberly?" I've liked him ever since. I like Michael. Yeah. And he showed me a real man. He came up in this thing and showed me some realness. And I really am. And that's why I've been trying to shoot him. Everybody got to go, and everything for themselves, and I'm happy. Yeah, hey, you know what? That's why I said the devil is a lie. Yeah, the police been called on me 3 times, and and keep it. You feel that, Holy Spirit? You feel it out of me? See, that's what I was supposed to be here for. Tell Mike, you feel that shit. That's why I got that gospel music going, because the devil is a lie. You heard, Mike? Oh, but I'm glad to have met you, Mike, because you were a great guy. And I told him you clean. I told him you clean, and you had volunteered yourself on taking the trash out. I really appreciate that from you. me!
wondering how I reach more evolutions than Evie and make it look easy.
What is up, Earth's mightiest subscribers? It's Blur Without Fear. Welcome back to the channel. Alright, today's video, we are going to be talking about one of my favorite manga as of late, and it is none other than Go Go Loser Ranger by Negi Haruba. Despite having the word loser in it, is actually quite a win. This series, Go Go Loser Ranger, otherwise known as Sentai Daishikaku, is a really interesting story that takes the tropes of Super Sentai and even to a lesser extent Power Rangers. And I say Power Rangers largely because, while yes, you see the word Ranger come up a lot, it's actually not as unique to Power Rangers as you might think. Yes, I have done videos in the past talking about the similarities and differences between Power Rangers and Super Sentai. Power Rangers is spun off from Super Sentai, initially using footage from those shows to recreate that Japanese phenomenon over here in the States. But yes, this is actually more in line with Super Sentai, and not to say that the two aren't the same or similar, but Super Sentai is just a more specific thing. Yes, you will probably see some things that are very familiar to you about Power Rangers, but by and large, the costumes, the stylings, the things that are homaged and poked fun at are largely to do more with Super Sentai than Power Rangers by any metric. So what is this story about? This is a story that is set in Japan, as you might imagine, but a Japan where things like Super Sentai aren't just a TV show. Super Sentai is real. And not only are they real, but so too are the monsters they face on TV. But over a decade or so ago in the story, the Dragon Keepers, or Ranger Force, basically the Super Sentai or Power Rangers team, they defeated the monsters and killed their leader. Imagine if the Power Rangers finally said screw it and killed Rita Repulsa or Lord Zed. That's basically the setup here. And you would think that that would be the logical point where the story ends, but it's not. But instead of a new big bad coming along and a whole new power set to combat that with, what if the Power Rangers just cut a deal with the remaining monster forces, set up a gimmick where once a week, every Sunday, because that's when Super Sentai and Kamen Rider air in Japan, IRL, the Rangers fight the monsters and kill them on television in front of a live audience. This is like what if Power Rangers were real, but performed in a predetermined battle, a stage play more or less. I say predetermined because the fight is in fact real. Predetermined in the same way that a stage play or a wrestling match would be. And while the people think that the Ranger Force is taking on these monsters and defeating them on their own merits, the truth is everything is set up ahead of time so that the Rangers always win. Now you're probably asking yourself, why would the monsters agree to be killed voluntarily? Because the monsters can't die. The henchmen and monsters of the week we often see associated with Super Sentai and Power Rangers, they are all just throwaway henchmen who can metamorph into nearly anything that they want. Monstrous creatures, normal-looking people, even mundane objects. Another benefit of their genetic malleability is that they cannot die. They are effectively immortal. Even when killed, after they fall and leave behind a sparkling explosion, they just reappear back at their base of operations, a giant floating fortress hovering over Japan. So on paper, while dying sucks, for the monsters it's just a minor inconvenience. Well, as much as it can be, they don't seem to experience any severe pain when they're chopped up or beat up. But what if one of the henchmen said he'd had enough of that and wants better for the monsters? That would be our main character, Fighter D. A guy who, mid-combat with the Dragon Keepers, decides to go off script and fight the Rangers for real. He doesn't succeed, but he makes them take notice of him, if only for the briefest of moments. What's awesome about this is that Fighter D isn't doing this for altruistic reasons, at least none that would help humanity. He wants the monsters to win, and the monsters want to take over Earth. Because of this, and rightfully so, humanity wants the monsters dead, and only a scant few people cheer for them in the crowd. And only because they think the Rangers are the real heroes, and in a way, they kind of are, but just because you're a hero doesn't mean you're lawful good, or even good at all. I often tell people who I play Dungeons & Dragons with, or other tabletop RPG-like games, that lawful good doesn't necessarily mean lawful nice. This manga plays with the tropes we have seen more recently in comics and TV shows, like Garth Ennis's The Boys, or even Robert Kirkman's Invincible, taking a deeper look at superheroes and showing how terrible and misguided they can be when they think no one is watching. The Ranger Force, and more specifically the Dragon Keepers, at least as far as Volume 1 and 2 has depicted thus far, they are the worst. They're mean, they're egotistical, misogynistic, self-entitled, and in a lot of ways sociopathic. Even worse, they'll kill anyone, even one of their own followers, just to satisfy their own whims. Imagine if every Power Ranger was like Homelander. Yeah, like that. So how does Fighter D, a lowly and lone henchman, plan to take them down? Because the Dragon Keepers are all-encompassing. Not only do we have the core Dragon Keepers, which are effectively your Super Sentai team, your Power Rangers, but they also have subordinates underneath them, the Ranger Force, which are effectively Dragon Keepers in training, the people who step up to the plate when a Dragon Keeper either retires or, and this is less likely to happen, is killed. Well, Fighter D plans to combat them by joining the Ranger Force, disguising himself as a human, and very well, mind you, because while all monsters can shapeshift, he is particularly better at mimicking humans than other monsters are, and in his human form, he plans to infiltrate the Ranger Force training program and rise up the ranks, hopefully to the point he can get close to the Rangers and kill all 5 of them. But to even get close to the Ranger Force, he's gonna need a little unwanted help from the most unlikely sources. Just so happens there are people within the Ranger Force who don't like how things are. There are characters like Yumiko Suzukiri, a Dragon Keeper hopeful who, as of Volume 1, has not really truly revealed her reasons for wanting to kill the Dragon Keepers, but it's become painfully obvious by the time you get to Volume 2 of the series that she sees how depraved they are and very likely hates them for it. She's one of the few people who even knows the truth about the arrangement with the Ranger Force, the Dragon Keepers, and the monsters. And while she offers to help Fighter D, their relationship is purely transactional, at least at first. They both have something the other wants. Fighter D has the skills, Suzukiri has the access. Starting out, it's a very antagonistic work relationship, but one that does bear fruit early and often. One can even wonder why she even needs Fighter D at certain points, because she wrecks him many times without even batting an eyelash or knocking a hair out of place. Another helpful companion is Hibiki Sakurama. Sakurama doesn't want to kill anyone. In fact, he wants to make it so the monsters and humanity can live in peace. And while he's aware Fighter D wants to simply kill them all, he's willing to do whatever it takes, even leaking secrets about the Ranger Force and the Dragon Keepers to the press to try and make things easier for D. He's definitely more idealistic than anyone should be at his position and knowing what he knows, but it's helpful because at least he recognizes the monsters are being mistreated, even if they are planning to take over the world. The way the Rangers are sadistically killing and torturing them is beyond the pale, to say the least, and it is good to have a character who is at least vaguely sympathetic to that, fighting alongside you, even if they think their change the world mentality is going to rub off on you, when clearly it probably won't. But, once again, this is all early in. We're talking like the first 10 to 15 chapters of the story so far. So what's the major drive for Volume 1 beyond revenge and freedom from the Dragon Keepers for the monsters? Stealing the one thing that can kill a monster permanently. The divine artifact weapon. Each Dragon Keeper has one, and D plans to steal Red's divine artifact sword. As for how Volume 1 brings Fighter D face to face with the Dragon Keepers, we get to see him take on Red Keeper Sosei Akamane, and while fighting the leader of the Dragon Keepers should be a thing we witness much later in the story, it's actually good it happens this early. I'll tell you right now, D does not win, but he does manage to get one over on Dragon Keeper Red. We see D use his wit and his guile to prank him and even make him believe he's taking him out permanently. And what is so cool about this is how D, using his shape-shifting, tricks Dragon Keeper Red into believing he's recovered his divine artifact from D and even uses it to kill D once and for all, only to realize the artifact is actually just D's arm shape-shifted to look like the very sword he's trying to reacquire, and blowing himself up using explosives he got from Yumiko to sell the defeat. So now the Ranger Force is in high alert because now they know a monster got one over on them. They no longer have the Red Keeper's divine artifact, and with it, the monsters could stand a much higher chance of rebelling if they lost the weapon that could easily kill them once and for all. It's a really cool, really fun story, and once again, I'm a huge fan of Super Sentai. There are very few seasons of Super Sentai that I don't like. I watch it pretty damn regularly. If it sounds like something you would find interesting, there is actually an anime that's going to be coming out here very soon. It's supposed to debut in April of this year, so you'll very likely see it sometime around then. And I would even say if you're a fan of Go-Go Loser Ranger already, I would highly advise if you've never watched any of the original Super Sentai TV series, I do recommend you do. They are very good, and while you may think, oh, I'm just re-watching the Power Rangers over again in a different language, these shows are incredibly different. I've actually done videos talking about this very thing, the difference between the Japanese shows and the Power Rangers, what are effectively remakes of these different seasons. So yeah, I do highly advise it because they're very good, they're very fun, and a lot of times they can be a bit more adult than what you might imagine a Power Ranger show actually be. Tokusatsu in general is just very, very good stuff. All that aside, I do highly advise, go check out Go-Go Loser Ranger. It is an amazing story thus far. I am already 3 volumes deep into it, and I have enjoyed every single chapter. You guessed it, obligatory channel outro time. If you're not subscribed to the channel, consider doing so. Clicking that subscribe button and tapping that notification bell ensures that you get more videos just like this one, and you don't miss any of my other content that I drop throughout the week, plus my live streams every Thursday and Saturday. And if you enjoyed the video, make sure you click that like button, keep it plus ultra, sound off in the comments.
Someone trying to steal your Butterfinger. Call the BFI. Game over. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
Well, looks like. We don't know that for sure. We're not 100% certain. But in the end, there's this kind of discussion where literally the personality is like, you have no power here, Banner, right? Like, you are weak. You are pathetic. You cannot take control. You cannot wrestle control of the body away from me. And the response of Banner is, I know, but he has the power to do it. And in doing so, flips the switch, like literally hits the emergency switch and allows the Incredible Hulk persona to come in. Now, here's the thing. It's amazing the way this is drawn, right? Like literally the doors just half open and like the Incredible Hulk persona is just there. And it's like the head of Galactus is behind him and he looks pissed. And he comes smashing in here. So what you're seeing here right now is basically a battle of personalities, right? It's the Incredible Hulk personality versus the Bruce Banner personality versus whatever this new alternate personality is, which is seemingly the personality of the Titan Hulk. I would go as far as to say that was the case. But the way this is drawn can get really, really hairy and a little bit confusing. And so in essence, what happens here is that in the mind of the Incredible Hulk, right, where you basically have the Bruce Banner personality, the Titan Hulk personality, and the Incredible Hulk personality, the Incredible Hulk personality is able to beat back the Titan Hulk personality. In the real world, the Titan Hulk itself is literally just unbridled energy that it just can't control. And so because it has all this energy, and because it doesn't know how to control all this energy, like this is seemingly just a mindless thing, it literally just roars, we never really hear it speak or anything like that, that in the end, all this energy just kind of explodes in a massive explosion, right? It just goes off, right? It literally just blows up. And so what you have here, at least momentarily, is essentially a reunification of personalities. The Titan Hulk personality has been beat back to wherever it came from. We don't really know where it came from, but presumably it just resides down there in the mindscape somewhere. And that as a result of the destruction of the quote-unquote real-world Titan Hulk, now it's basically just the Incredible Hulk back in its normal form. And so at this point, Banner basically runs back into the cockpit, right, the mind of the Incredible Hulk, and in doing so, re-seizes control. And as that goes on, of course, this gamma bomb is falling, and it's gonna cost so much life. And so what ends up happening is there's a conversation between alternate reality Banner and the Incredible Hulk Banner, right? Banner 1, Banner 2, Banner 3, but you end up having like this this conversation between these, where alternate reality Banner is like, look, this gamma bomb's falling, you have to do something, right? Like, I have an idea. And so, you know, Prime Banner, we can call him that, Banner from the main Marvel Universe, is like, then what do you want me to do? And alternate Banner's like, I'm opening a portal. And basically that bomb is gonna come through that portal, and it's gonna land here, right? It's gonna end up here where I am. But in the end, it's the rightful thing to do. I've caused nothing but just death and destruction and just horrible things. I wouldn't go, I mean, he doesn't go as far as to say like, it's the fate that awaits me, but he says like, I really hope that you don't end up like me. I really hope that you don't end up in this place where you're basically like this kind of horrible, terrible villain. What you have here in the form of the Incredible Hulk is quite literally a gift. Use it, right? Like, use it as a gift, treat it with respect, but use it to do good things. Now, this is actually a really, really cool concept, because what this does is it gives us perspective. That the only real perspective we have when it comes to the Incredible Hulk is what we've seen over the course of Marvel Comics and potentially some alternate realities. And unless you're looking at like Warren Ellis's Marvel The End, you don't really see a whole lot of like totally screwed up, twisted up versions of the Incredible Hulk. But that's all this alternate reality Banner knows, are just twisted, screwed up versions of the Hulk. And so as a result of this, once that bomb goes through, and of course it ends up detonating, that the portal is reopened, and Banner, or at least the Incredible Hulk anyway, travels through it to wherever his destination ends up taking him next. He has no clue where it is that he's gonna end up going. All he knows is that literally, at the moment, the hammer of All-Father Thor, which was recently reassembled by Angela and the angels of heaven, is making its way towards the Hulk. So in essence, what we're apparently going to see here, which makes perfect sense because literally it's the 60th anniversary of the Incredible Hulk and Thor fighting for the first time, that what we're going to end up getting is All-Father Thor against probably the Titan Hulk, which I am ridiculously excited to see.
You were the first in your family to go to college, but why stop there? With a graduate degree from Walden, you could make a real difference. They're counting on you, so what are you waiting for? It's time.
So Titan Hulk fights an army of 500 World Breaker Hulks in this video, and it's amazing. Check this out. So what this does is this initially picks up with Bruce Banner in control of Starship Hulk. Now, people who have no idea what's going on in the Incredible Hulk mythos right now are probably like, what? Explain this to me, man. So here's what's happening right now. In years past, you had the Incredible Hulk who turned into Bruce Banner, and Bruce Banner who turned into the Incredible Hulk. The angrier the Incredible Hulk got, the stronger he became. What's been going on recently, and we didn't know how Bruce Banner did it, but we are going to find out in this video. What Bruce Banner managed to do was basically take control of the Incredible Hulk's body and then have the Incredible Hulk persona operate as a kind of engine for his own body. So literally what Bruce Banner does is he just bombards the Incredible Hulk personality with an endless onslaught of increasingly powerful characters. It starts off with somebody like Wolverine and goes all the way up to people like Thanos. They're all just psychic projections, but the Hulk personality doesn't know that. And so it just continues to fight over and over and over and over again. And because the Incredible Hulk gets stronger the angrier he gets, by increasing the difficulty of the villains that the Hulk personality has to fight. That's how Banner controls how strong the Incredible Hulk gets to be, or at least the body gets to be. It's pretty cool. But of course, with him in control of Starship Hulk, he basically crash lands on a world that he's not familiar with, because at this point in time, the Incredible Hulk, or really Banner, is traversing the multiverse. He's literally exploring the whole multiverse. We'll make sense of all of that as we go through this video, but in upon arriving on this world, he doesn't recognize anything here. The only thing he sees that even just seems remotely recognizable is just this giant citadel that's been built, and seemingly it's been built in his honor because there's just a giant statue of the Incredible Hulk. Now, of course, he's almost immediately set upon by just these crazy, monstrous looking Hulk type things that are called the Gray, but then he's almost immediately rescued by a chick named Monolith. Now, we'll learn more about her because she's incredibly important here, but what she does is she explains what's going on in this alternate reality that Bruce Banner's in. And what she says is that at some point along the line, a just whole bunch of Hulks suddenly arrived on this world. They literally fell through a portal and arrived on this world. And that they did what Hulks do. They just started smashing things. They were smashing the world to such a degree that they terraformed it. They terraformed a planet through smashing it. And that's gonna be one of the craziest things because every single one of these Hulks are all world breaker level. But of course, as they're smashing and basically terraforming this world, as time progresses, the exceedingly violent nature of these original Hulks begins to go away. And what they end up doing is forming a more organized and structured society. Now, the other part of this seems to be that with the loss of their violent nature, their gamma radiation almost seems to kind of dissipate, in the sense that they do have enough gamma to basically maintain their forms, some level of their strength, but by and large, they're just kind of really strong guys, and that's it. But then, like, out of nowhere, the sun seemingly explodes, and there's just like this giant vestige of the original Hulk, right? The main Hulk. And he just starts blasting them, like covering them all with gamma radiation. Now, that's how Monolith describes it. What's actually really going on here is it looks like the arrival of this original Hulk kind of reawakens all the gamma radiation inside their bodies and turns them back into their exceedingly strong selves. Basically sends them back into their world breaker forms. And so looking at the original Hulk, or the main Hulk, as kind of the person that returned them to glory, they built the whole statue and everything. And so while Monolith doesn't really know the significance of where all the original Hulks came from by passing through a portal or seeing a vestige of the main Hulk in the sky, we do know all that stuff. And this was all based on the previous story arc, which you'll find a link to in the comments section. Make sure you guys check for a pinned comment that'll take you to that video. But the way the previous storyline played out is that when Bruce Banner first entered into the multiverse, he encountered an alternate reality version of himself. And that alternate Bruce, under the direction of that universe's version of Thunderbolt Ross, was basically trying to create an army of Hulks. Those who were considered to be failures or cast-offs were literally just sent through a wormhole, and no one knew where they went to. They were just out of sight, out of mind, and that was basically it. Now, everything popped off, and we saw the Titan Hulk for the first time, which we'll talk about in this video, and so on and so forth, but that's where they originally came from. What is important here is that Monolith brings Hulk basically to all the other Hulks in this city and kind of presents him as sort of the original, right? Like the one they all champion as the person that gave them all their gamma radiation, right? Like the Hulk above all Hulks, if you want to call him that, right? The Prime Hulk. And so they see him very much as kind of a champion of the people. More so than that, what they also do is they bring him into something called the God Ball games. Now, this is just an indication of how strong these different Hulks are, right? This planet has 3 rings of rocks around it in the same way that Saturn has rings, right? So what these Hulks do is they jump to a neighboring world and they smash the world, right? They literally just beat it and they hammer it all the way down to the point that it's as close as far as the atomic structure of everything that it can possibly get, right? There's no way to compact this core any further. And when they have that, they call it a God Ball. They bring the God Ball back to Hulk Planet, which is what this place is called. Then they use it as a game. They throw it at the rocks, and whoever destroys the most rocks wins. The idea of breaking a world is now just a game of sport. Breaking worlds is just what they do for fun, and it's just nuts, right? It's just a whole different level of strength. And so, of course, basically the Incredible Hulk participates in the whole thing. He's just like, sure, why not grab the giant core of a planet that's been condensed down to virtually nothing and start throwing it into things for sport and for fun? Why not be a part of this? Now, seemingly the God Ball games are just interrupted out of nowhere by a group that's referred to as the Alternative Universe Timeline Hazard Operations Response and Intervention Team, which, if you've put those acronyms together correctly, spells authority. Now, is it the Authority from DC Comics? No, but it's absolutely a pastiche on the team. It's basically just Donny Cates and Marvel Comics making fun of the Authority. They're over the top. They present themselves with this grand level of authority that none of them have. And of course, they're basically going after the Hulk because the Hulk had basically destroyed the previous version of authority as he was flying through the multiverse. Now, of course, at this point, Monolith chimes in and says, well, actually what was happening is the Hulk was sleeping, didn't really know what he was doing. Your guys just got in his way, and with the Hulk being as strong as he is, he plowed through your entire team. So that's really the only reason why this happened. Now, of course, the other thing that ended up happening is that the Hulk himself, along with a guy named Pave, who's another one of the Hulks here, is actually just transported to a different world, which they proceed to smash and create another God Ball out of. But the authority being here is really more just kind of a goofy moment. It's just a silly moment. I just thought it'd be a funny thing to reference. Otherwise, we would have normally just skipped over it. But of course, with like the Hulk himself returning alongside Pave, as well as having the God Ball, they continue on with the grand games themselves, completely and blissfully unaware of the fact that the Hulk personality inside the Incredible Hulk body is starting to become disillusioned, and the Titan Hulk is starting to manifest again. Now, here is where things get a little murky when it comes to the nature of the Titan Hulk. When the Titan Hulk first manifested in Marvel Comics, it manifested as a personality inside the mind of the Incredible Hulk itself, meaning you had Bruce Banner's personality, you had the Hulk's personality, then you had another that showed up in the form of Betty Ross. Now, we knew right off the bat it was not Betty Ross, and even within the story, Bruce Banner knew it wasn't Betty Ross, but we didn't really know what it was. What ends up happening is that over the course of this story, that personality starts to appear as Brian Banner, the abusive father of Bruce Banner. But do not be fooled by the appearance that the Titan Hulk takes. That when it does appear to the Hulk personality, it shows up as almost kind of like a Shadow King type entity, right? Very malevolent. It's difficult to make out its exact form. It's very dark, very scary, very murky, that kind of a thing. Spouting stuff like, your soul belongs to me, your mind belongs to me, it's only a matter of time before I take over, yada, yada, yada. All the kind of stuff you expect to see. And even when the Hulk personality goes to attack the Titan Hulk persona, the Titan Hulk persona just shuts it down, right? I mean, just easily overtakes that version of the Hulk like that. I mean, it's not even a contest. And in fact, we'll see just how powerful this guy is because it's next level. But one of the things to know is that with the Titan Hulk personality basically amping up and beginning to seize control, we've only ever seen glimpses of how powerful the Titan Hulk is. And this video, we'll find out just what this dude is capable of. Now, the other part of this is that once the Titan Hulk persona does take hold, Stephen Strange actually picks up on it. Now, here's the thing about this. Yes, within Marvel Comics, those of you guys who are reading, Stephen Strange is technically dead. This story takes place after the death and return of Stephen Strange. Why? Because it's comic books, and nothing stays changed forever. And so with Titan Hulk taking control of everything, Doctor Strange actually ends up getting involved. But the reason he gets involved is not for the reason that you think. And so what this does is this leads to the Titan Hulk actually initiating a series of enemies against the Hulk personality under the belief that in doing so, the Hulk personality will just face off against this endless horde of enemies, grow more and more powerful, and then when that time comes, basically amp himself up and allow the Titan Hulk to take over, right? Allow the Titan Hulk to seize control and then manifest in a physical form. The problem with this is that Bruce Banner and the Hulk personality are actually meditating together, which is something that they've done over the course of Donny Cates' run so far. They literally sit down, meditate, and they don't allow anything to bother them. And so for the most part, all these threats that literally keep being thrown against the Hulk, none of them seem to have any bearing whatsoever. Even when you have like a manifestation of the Phoenix, Thanos, Galactus, none of it seems to really impact the Hulk on a meaningful level. But at the end of the day, the Titan Hulk pushes things to the absolute limit and literally amps up the Incredible Hulk to the max level, the highest level he possibly can, and just explodes. And that's the nature of the Titan Hulk. The Titan Hulk is the answer to the question, when Bruce Banner gets pushed to his limits, he becomes the Incredible Hulk. What happens when the Hulk hulks out? You get the Titan Hulk. It's a pretty awesome concept because when that happens, the Titan Hulk is now in full control. Now, jumping to Doctor Strange, this is the reason why he's getting involved in the first place. So while we didn't initially know how it was that Banner was able to take over the mind of the Hulk and then force the Hulk personality to basically become the engine system, where we didn't know how he was able to turn the Incredible Hulk body into basically a vessel that could traverse the multiverse without being destroyed by the pressures of just space-time and all that kind of stuff, we end up finding out that Bruce Banner had previously met with Doctor Strange, and Doctor Strange had actually showed him how to do that, right? He had shown him how to take over the body, or at least the mind of the Hulk, how to seize control for himself. And then after learning how to do that, what Banner had done is he had actually taken over one of MODOK's tech facilities and then started imbuing himself with the technology necessary to be able to traverse the spaceways, right, to travel the multiverse. So that's how all this seemingly came to where it is right now. Now, of course, when Stephen Strange realizes what's going on, he ends up sending his astral form into the multiverse in order to find Bruce Banner on Hulk Planet and then find a way to bring the entire conflict to an end, because he kind of sees himself as being responsible for all of this. But here's the crazy thing about it. With Titan Hulk manifesting and with all these different World Breaker Hulks here on this world, they didn't know what they were getting into, right? They weren't necessarily goading the existence of the Titan Hulk, and if anything, what they were actually trying to do was get rid of the Bruce Banner personality. It was one of the main goals of Monolith and like Pave and any of them. They saw the Hulk as the true personality of Banner, and the Banner personality had to be eliminated. And so by working to get rid of like all the implants in the Hulk body, getting rid of the technological advancements and so on, and just turning him into a more pure version of the Hulk, while I wouldn't go as far as to say they're the reason why Titan manifested in the first place, I would go so far as to
We're building a better postal service. All parts working in sync. More business forward. For more value, more reliability, and more on-time delivery. The United States Postal Service, built for how you business.
to say they have no idea what they're dealing with here, because as soon as Titan Hulk shows up, Monolith sends all of her forces after Titan, and when she does, they all get wrecked. Not even in hell would you see a massacre like this. To say they get wrecked is just an understatement, right? I don't know what word can adequately be used to illustrate what's going on here, but these guys never stood a chance in the first place. Any attack they launch against Titan Hulk is met with virtually no impact whatsoever. He doesn't even really feel anything. While Doctor Strange astral form does show up, it does basically step into the mind of Bruce Banner and try to fight the personality of the Titan Hulk, while the Worldbreaker Hulks try to fight the physical form of the Titan Hulk. None of it's helping. None of it makes any difference whatsoever. Literally, the Stephen Strange persona is blown out of the mind of Titan Hulk, and then in turn, the Titan Hulk turns his attention to the 500 Worldbreaker Hulks and just starts sucking all the gamma radiation right out of them, amping himself up even more and making himself more and more powerful. So much so that what Monolith does is she tells all the other Worldbreaker Hulks that are left to get out of there while they can, right? Evacuate, leave, lest they die. And so that's when Stephen Strange realizes what's actually going on here. What he does is he jumps back to his citadel, he grabs an orb and then brings it back to this alternate universe with his astral form, and then he presents the orb, and the person who emerges from it is Despair. Now, Despair is a ridiculously powerful entity in Marvel Comics and is one of the most powerful fear lords to ever exist in the history of Marvel. I mean, this guy's right up there with beings like Nightmare, the Dweller in Darkness, so on and so forth. What we end up finding out here is that for reasons that are never truly revealed, when Bruce Banner met with Stephen Strange to learn how to control the Mindscape, it was never Stephen Strange that he actually met with. It was Despair masquerading as Stephen Strange, which is a crazy revelation because, again, Despair only answers to some of the most powerful beings in existence, which seems to indicate there are forces out there within the multiverse that are of exceedingly high levels of power that have a vested interest in seeing the Titan Hulk personality run a complete and total rampage across the multiverse, which basically seems to happen because when the attempts by Despair and Stephen Strange are implemented to contain and control the Titan Hulk, it's too late. And Titan Hulk is seizing control of everything. He's going to eradicate the world. He's going to destroy every world in the vicinity in this immediate solar system, spread to the galaxy, the universe, and even the multiverse, and there's seemingly nothing anybody can do to stop it. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are getting the conclusion of Titan Hulk along with the origin of his character, which is really, really cool. So what this does here is this initially picks up in the mind of Bruce Banner with a little bit of taunting from Despair, right? Remember, because of the fact that the Titan Hulk basically originates in the mind of Banner, when Doctor Strange got involved, his physical form is on his way to Planet Hulk. His spiritual form is in the mind of Banner, right? So he's just there trying to get rid of the Titan Hulk the best he can. The problem is he ends up encountering the Fear Lord Despair. But the thing about Despair is he's ridiculously OP. And in recent years, he was easily defeated by Doctor Strange in a way that normally shouldn't have been done. But what Despair does is he actually gives us this kind of origin of the Titan Hulk in telling us that what had happened is that somewhere along the line, a green door manifested to Despair. Now, anybody who's familiar with the Hulk mythos knows the significance of the green door, but that really comes from Al Ewing's run. So for those of you guys who aren't really familiar with that, and again, I'll have a link to the Hulk playlist from Al Ewing down in the comment section, but when it came to the Green Door, the way this worked is that in years past, you just had people who became different versions of the Hulk. Jennifer Walters became Incredible Hulk, Doc Samson became Doc Green, Bruce Banner became the Incredible Hulk, and so on and so forth. But what Al Ewing did is he introduced the idea of the Green Door, that in effect, whenever a person with gamma radiation in their body and they are a Hulk, whenever they die, a Green Door opens and they can be reborn. They can basically come back to life. It's a roundabout way for immortality. Now, we ended up learning that the origin of the Green Door actually came from the One Below All, who was basically an answer to the question, what happens when the One Above All hulks out? It was a pretty insane revelation at the end of that story, right? Like, the god of the Marvel multiverse has a Hulk form, and it's the One Below All. It was pretty dope. But what Despair says is that it was presented with a kind of power, or at least a little semblance of power, by this being. Now, what Despair says is that this little nugget it was given that comes in the form of a red ball, that it was only a small form or a small fraction of this being's power, that it had an astronomical amount of power. Now, by all standards of measurement, it was the One Below All that gave this power to Despair. And anybody who knows anything about our coverage of Al Ewing's Hulk will tell you guys, the One Below All is immensely powerful. I mean, there was literally a point in the story where Al Ewing showed us what would happen in the future when the One Below All seized control of the Hulk, that it basically destroys the whole multiverse. It's reborn into the new multiverse after killing Franklin Richards and Galactus, and then destroys the next multiverse. Then it would just wipe these things out continually until the end of time. It was a really awesome revelation. But because of the power of the One Below All, even just a fraction of it, that Despair was overwhelmed by it, right? Just like, God, this is insane. And in fact, what was instructed of Despair is that he was to take this little fraction of what seems to be the One Below All's power and place it inside the mind of Banner. And that's where the Titan Hulk comes from. It's an external power source that is slowly manifested and kind of gained sentience over the years. And that's why we were never really given a definitive explanation of where the Titan Hulk came from. It's not some alternate personality of Bruce Banner. It's not some long lost aspect of his anger and rage that he never quite dealt with. It's a foreign body, right? It's like having some kind of illness in his body, a kind of cancer that's just been growing over time and manifests in the form of the Titan Hulk. Now, what this does here is it basically leads to, again, this revelation that Stephen Strange's physical form is on its way, but with his spiritual form basically overtaken by the combined power of Despair as well as the Titan Hulk persona, that what this does is it actually leads to the body and the mind of Stephen Strange merging. Their power is completely reunified, and then in turn, they're able to cast off the power of Despair and effectively lock him away. So the only major issue that we have left here is the Titan Hulk itself, right? This physical manifestation in the real world. And this guy is laying waste to everything, right? Like, even Stephen Strange isn't fully sure what to do, because the level of power that the Titan Hulk possesses here is astronomical. And if it really is a Hulk powered by the One Below All, then there really isn't anything that can be done here. But as this whole conflict is going on, Monolith is doing her best to hold off the power of the Titan Hulk. But for Monolith's part, one of the revelations that comes out here is that in her fight against Titan Hulk, that where it initially looked like she was beating on him as best she could, she was just kind of doing what Hulks do, which is physically attacking him, blasting him with her staff and magical energy and so on. What she's actually been doing this whole time was siphoning off his power, was siphoning the power away from Titan Hulk, and it diminishes his capabilities. He's not nearly as capable as he was. But this is where the miscalculation of Monolith comes into play, that she quite literally siphons his power off and then blasts him with it in the hopes that it'll destroy him, and it sends him flying. Of course, now when that happens, the other Hulks who were here, who Titan Hulk just absolutely demolished with the greatest of ease, that what happens is they approach her and they basically tell her, like, you've saved us, everything's okay. And her response is, no, I haven't saved anything. Like, it was my miscalculation. I absorbed his energy and I blasted him with his own energy, hoping it would destroy him, and it didn't. He's absorbing it all, right? He's back to 100% again, and he even has whatever energy I had residually in my staff. He's more powerful than he was before. And so literally her response is, we're basically doomed. There's no way our world can be saved. And even Stephen Strange himself says that, right? He's like, with this level of power that you're dealing with here, there's no way to save your world. It's going to fall and it's going to be destroyed. And even Despair tells Stephen Strange, that's the goal here, right? The goal of Titan Hulk is to siphon all the gamma radiation off of this world and any other world that exists in this universe, and then destroy the universe and move on to the next one, right? So in a lot of ways, what it looks like Donny Cates is doing is kind of building off of what Al Ewing did, sort of giving us this depiction of of the events that took place between the time when the One Below All seized control of the Incredible Hulk and that futuristic story where the One Above All have been traveling throughout the multiverse and just wiping out whole universes over and over and over again. It's not explicitly told to us that's what this is, but it would be a cool place to kind of fit it into. So it's awesome. It's a really, really cool depiction on this thing. But again, one of the things to understand and just demonstrating the sheer level of power that Titan Hulk has, not even Stephen Strange can stop this guy. Now you can make transitive property arguments, right? And we can cook the books and power scaling and say, well, you know, maybe he's more powerful than Dormammu or something like that. I don't definitively know. But what I will tell you is a being as capable as Titan Hulk, seemingly imbued with the power of the One Below All, is enough to go against virtually anybody out there, and it doesn't matter who they are. So no wonder Stephen Strange can't beat this guy. And so what ends up happening here is Banner starts talking to the Incredible Hulk in his own mind. Because remember, the physical form of Hulk, Banner, whatever you want to call it, that's Titan Hulk running around. But inside the mind, Banner and Hulk are kind of trapped there. And so what Banner starts doing is talking to the Hulk and saying, you have to do something. We have to manifest. Something has to happen here. Like, if we do nothing, this entire world and all the Hulks on it will be completely eradicated. We'll be stuck here because Stephen Strange will inevitably die, and then this Titan Hulk will literally travel to our homeworld, wipe out everybody there, and we'll be helpless to do anything but just sit there and watch it happen. So if you care about nothing, Hulk, then continue doing nothing. But if the lives of the people here matter, and if the lives of everybody at home matters, then do something. Step up and do something. And it's one of the coolest things, right? Because while that's going on, Titan Hulk is dominating everybody, right? Like, Stephen Strange opens up a portal to try to get the occupants of this Hulk planet to like a different world. Titan Hulk like basically rips a hole through that reality, like tears a hole in reality and then jumps through. I mean, it's crazy. The only time we've ever really seen a being based on physical power do anything like this was during the Tryon Juggernaut story. If you guys remember that, when Tryon Juggernaut was punching holes in reality, it was nuts, right? We covered that, and in fact, we'll remaster it because it's just a ridiculously amazing story. But it was just this OP version of Juggernaut punching holes in the universe. It was nuts. It's not something that we see very often. And so what ends up happening is that because of the pleading of Banner, the Incredible Hulk finally steps up. Now, the irony of this is that when the Hulk does step up, the Titan Hulk persona basically tells him, there's nothing I need from you anymore, right? Like, I've siphoned off everything I need. I've got your physical body. Nothing here matters. But something to understand here is that the entire basis, the entire foundation of the Titan Hulk's existence is predicated on the Hulk itself. If the Hulk isn't there, the Titan Hulk's power basically wanes because there's nothing for that persona to latch onto. There's nothing for it to become a part of, right? Like, it's a really interesting prospect because what this does is it actually leads to both Banner and Hulk working together and then punching a hole through Titan Hulk and then leaving the physical body, right? Like, actually exiting out of the physical body. When that happens, Hulk reverts back into Banner's form, and then in turn, the entire conflict ends, right? You literally switch over to Banner in Strange Academy. Now, here's the thing, and this is something that caught me off guard, right? Because it just suddenly ends, and it's just like, what? Like, it's suddenly over. The reason why the story ends this way is because Donny Cates, the guy who's writing this, is basically taking a mental health break. He's walking away from the Incredible Hulk series, so it just ends suddenly, like without any real thing. The only thing we're given here is some measure of an epilogue where basically Doc Samson writes a letter to Bruce Banner telling him, like, none of us blame you for anything that's happened. None of this is your fault or anything like that, right? Like, you should come back to Planet Hulk sometime, or Hulk Planet or whatever, and hang out, right? It'd be really cool if we all hung out and did Godball and all that kind of stuff, right? As far as Titan Hulk's concerned, its power is basically non-existent, right? Like, it's just not really there anymore. The force of power that was being used to create it has effectively left. And of course, we end up finding out that source of power ends up transitioning back to the person that originally gave it, who's basically the leader who's imbued with the power of the One Below All from Al Ewing's run, right? The leader, of course, being a former Incredible Hulk villain. But like, it just ends all of a sudden, right? It's just like, and we're done. And that's basically it, because Donny Cates, his entire run was cut short because he was focusing on a mental health break. So a very lackluster ending to what was otherwise a phenomenal Incredible Hulk story. But thank you all for watching, and I will catch you all later. Peace.
A quick change in my plans is no big deal.
So all we really have right now in the Immortal Hulk line of stories is the Savage Hulk, who's been drained of a ton of gamma radiation, so he's really emaciated. And whenever the Savage Hulk turns back into Banner, it's basically Joe Fixit Hulk, who can essentially controls the body of Banner, right? So Bruce Banner's mind isn't actually there. So whenever we see Bruce Banner in the story, it's essentially Joe Fixit who's walking around pretending to be Banner, right? But the funny thing about this is one of those comics that we rarely ever get to see where we don't have any words whatsoever. Instead, it's all just art. And it's an awesome idea. See, these are the kind of comics that I love, right? It's one of the reasons why you guys, like for King in Black, one, it's definitely a story you should be buying, but two, comics like this are comics that I would personally buy. Those of you guys who don't really know how I deal with comics, for the most part, I only really buy digital. The only time I ever buy a physical copy of a comic is if it's of significance. So like, I have a physical copy of Giant Size X-Men #1, Fantastic Four Annual #2, which is the original origin of Doctor Doom. I've got, I think, X-Factor issue #5, which is the first appearance of Apocalypse. But I only really buy comics that are like super significant. I only really buy physical versions of that. Beyond that, I just buy them digitally, right? Because it's infinitely easier to read all my comics on an iPad than it is to carry around like 15 physical comic books, right? I mean, after all, this is 2020. Digital is the name of the game, at least for me anyway. So one of the cool things about this is that what you have here is essentially like Christmas Eve, more or less, right? Now this takes place, of course, after Null has basically descended onto New York and presumably the rest of the world. But one of the funny things that's shown here is that when we initially saw the King in Black one-shot, it basically looked like all was lost, right? That like all humanity was conquered, all was lost, it was the end of the day for everybody. What this really points to is the idea that it's not necessarily all is lost. That a lot of people are in hiding, right? A lot of people are kind of retreating and trying to stay hidden away from being attacked by Null. But that New York in and of itself, in terms of the heroes that we know, have more or less fallen, right? And a lot of this comes by way of a guy who's just making his way through the street, right? Taking some presents, some different things that he has, and trying to leave. But when he drops one of these gifts, he's suddenly met by the arrival of the Immortal Hulk. Now again, the Immortal Hulk is drained of a ton of gamma radiation, and that's why he's not nearly as huge as he normally is. He's still strong as all get out. Like, make no mistake, he's by no means like on par with like the average guy, right? It's not like, you know, Immortal Hulk versus Captain America, who's gonna win an arm wrestling contest. It's not really like that. He's still super strong, just not necessarily where he used to be in terms of all his abilities and all that kind of stuff. But this guy basically sees him and is scared out of his wits, right? He's just like, what in the heck? So he takes off running. Now, when this present drops, the Immortal Hulk, because of the fact that he's basically a childlike savage beast, reacts the way a child would, right? Like, presents, you know, and then just goes to grab it. But then suddenly he's met by the arrival of one of the Grendels of Null. And this is where things get interesting. Now, the funny thing about this is that when it comes to Savage Hulk in Marvel Comics, over the years, he's largely been displayed in a few different ways, but those ways have essentially been limited, right? So either you see what is in essence a childlike persona, not so far as like he acts like a kid, but in the sense that he thinks like a kid, right? He thinks in simple terms, that he's not by any means the sharpest tool in the shed. The idea that the Savage Hulk always wanted to be left alone, right? He just wanted to live in peace. There was a time, and I think it was either doing Roy Thomas or Bill Bantlow or Peter David's run, or maybe all three, where he basically just kind of wanted to live out in the wilderness on his own and just be left alone, right? And people just kept running up on him and causing him problems. I want to say that was Roy Thomas, because that was when the whole arcs about General Thunderbolt Ross really started to take off in terms of him being a villain for the Immortal Hulk. But in terms of how he's shown here, which is a very, very childlike person, right? So the Incredible Hulk operating and thinking on the level of like a 4 or a 5-year-old is not really something that we've seen before. We haven't really seen him depicted exactly in that way. And so one of the things that happens here is, of course, the Immortal Hulk basically ends up grabbing, you know, this streetlight post and then just like beats the crap out of the Grendel symbiote with it. Now, of course, this is by no means going to stop this thing, right? I mean, it's not going to work. But what happens in all of this, and this is probably a really, really cool moment, what happens in all this is that when the Grendel symbiote goes to seize control of the Immortal Hulk, to take him over and then bring him into the fold as being a servant of Null, the Immortal Hulk grabs the stub where the light post used to be, and because of the electricity coursing through it, it goes through him and then into the Grendel, which basically fries the thing to, like, it totally incinerates it. And so that's kind of a cool thing, because I like this idea that the Savage Hulk is kind of this childlike, lumbering beast that kind of bumps his way into success, because it still kind of maintains the nature of the Hulk. That by and large, the Incredible Hulk was just brute strength. That's all he really was. And there was a kind of element to there that like the Incredible Hulk did whatever the story needed him to do in order to win. But a lot of really, really classic and great writers, you know, Steve Englehart, even people like that, focused on the idea that the Incredible Hulk, despite being childlike and stupid, still had this sort of understanding of how to utilize the things around him. Right now, I'm not saying this childlike Hulk is like, okay, Hulk grab electric post shock Grendel, Hulk escape. Like I doubt it was that line of logic. We're not really given any kind of thought pattern here. That's what's really cool is it gives us the ability to kind of make it up on our own, or at least reference the Immortal Hulk as we go through it. But what ends up happening is that when he opens this little present, it is basically just this small little keychain type device that looks like a whistle of sorts. But because of all the pandemonium and the chaos, that you end up having these cops that show up. Right now, the Incredible Hulk consistently wanted. The Incredible Hulk consistently untrusted, not trusted. Now, even, especially now in the aftermath of really everything going on with the leader, the aftermath of the events of Shadow Base and all that kind of stuff, the Hulk's like public enemy number one, right? Like everybody's hunting for this guy. And so when he points down to the ground to where the symbiote was, but it's no longer there, then like one, they don't really know what to make of it. And two, if there was something there to see, it's not there anymore. So as far as they're aware, the Hulk's just being crazy like he always is, and they immediately open fire. Now, of course, this leads to the Immortal Hulk basically jumping away, but both of these cops are seized upon by the Grendel symbiote. Now, as the Immortal Hulk kind of makes his way through, he ends up coming across a place called Mantlo. Now, of course, this is an obvious reference to Bill Mantlo. Kudos to you, Al Ewing, for doing this. Al Ewing's the one who's writing Immortal Hulk right now. Kudos to you, man. It's like one of the most prolific Incredible Hulk writers in the history of the comic. If you care about the, character dissection, right? If all you want to do is see the Hulk smash, then Greg Pak's the writer for you. But if you care more about like the interpersonal relationships of the Hulk, why he does what he does, the whole idea of like psychological trauma and all that kind of stuff, then Bill Mantlo is kind of the writer for you from back in the day, right? Bill Mantlo, and then Peter David, who just kind of continued a lot of the writing that Bill Mantlo did. Now, the reality is this store is basically a stand-in for like FAO Schwartz, just a ridiculously overpriced and expensive toy store. You could only ever buy like 2 things there, right? Like it's ridiculous. Kind of a funny story. Myself, Mariah, Sal, and Tiffany, and I think Ben and Ethan over at Comic Pop, and maybe Danielle, we all met up during the weekend that myself and Mariah were going to WrestleMania, and we all went to we went to eat and went to go shopping in New York, and we went to like FAO Schwartz, and it really is just that expensive, right? They're really selling products based on their name. That's really all it is. But when the Incredible Hulk sees this kind of toy set here, something akin to like Kinects, right, which is just mechanics is what it's called here, but when it's something akin to Kinects, that he kind of has this flashback to when he was younger and he enjoyed science, studying things like that, and the abusive nature of his father. Now, this is a really, really great moment, and this is one of the things that I really, really praised Al Ewing for with his handling of Immortal Hulk, because it would have been very easy for Al Ewing to be like, okay guys, I'm writing Immortal Hulk, and all he's going to do is just beat stuff up. But it's not really that way, right? In the early stories, in the early run of Al Ewing, a lot of it really was like the Bill Mantlo, Peter David style of storytelling, which was like psychological trauma, different things like that. The One Below All basically appearing as like Bruce Banner's father, Brian Banner, kind of tormenting him in that way. It was kind of wild. But the whole theme when it comes to the Immortal Hulk is that the psychological trauma he experienced at the hands of his abusive father still reigns supreme, right? It's still like the one thing that Bruce Banner is the most terrified of. And so that's what makes it kind of intriguing, because when he sees that, he immediately starts lashing out, right? Like a child, he doesn't really understand his emotions, he doesn't understand what he's feeling, and so all he does is take that lack of understanding and turn it into rage, right? And that's kind of how we as people are. Whenever we feel a certain way, but we don't really know how to interpret our emotions effectively by using our words, we turn to the most basic primal instinct, which is rage. It's the fight or flight, right? Like our emotions literally put us in a fight or flight mode, right? Like it's just, I don't know how to handle it, so just fight, just attack, just be angry. And that's kind of how, that's how you sort of differentiate between a rational thinking human being and a person who really is childlike in nature, right? A rational human being would kind of be like, okay, this is how I'm feeling, how do I interpret this, and then go forward accordingly. A childlike human being would just immediately devolve to like rage and anger and just lash out at people, right? That's what kids do. And so because of that, the Immortal Hulk basically kind of transitions back into Banner again. Now remember, this is not technically Bruce Banner. It's the body of Bruce Banner, but the mind of Bruce Banner is occupied by Joe Fixit, right? The actual mind of Bruce Banner is just kind of out there in the ether somewhere. And it's just kind of out there, taken away by the leader and doing his thing. And so with that being the case, of course, the Grendel manifests. Now this is something kind of twisted and something we don't really normally see, that the Grendel has actually merged both cops into one entity, right? So they're like a Cenobite from like the Hellraiser movies. The Hellraiser books from Clive Barker. Damn you, Clive Barker, for writing those books. The world is now a darker place because of the fact that Hellraiser was created. But this, of course, leads to really Joe Fixit Banner. We're just going to call him Banner for the sake of it. Oh, you know, it leads to him just kind of making an escape and trying to figure out a way to come out on top. Now, this is one of the big differences between Joe Fixit and almost any other version of the Incredible Hulk. Almost all the other personalities of the Hulk, whether he was the Horseman War for Apocalypse, or Savage Hulk, or like, you know, World War Hulk, or something like that. World War Hulk probably would have done this too. But one of the big differences is that Joe Fixit was a thinker. He was a guy who thought. He was by no means on the same level as Banner, but he would basically reason and rationalize his way out of different situations. What made him so dangerous is he was a man who was exceedingly strong, but was also a guy capable of intelligent, rational thought. And so as the Grendel basically follows him into this toy store, he kind of starts making his way through, right? This Grendel's kind of slipping along, and it's really twisted and morbid and really, you know, really macabre, to be honest with you guys. But Joe Fixit and, you know, really Banner's just kind of like, okay, so like we bide our time here, right? Like I know how to take this kind of guy out. Something else that's really awesome here is he's wearing bunny slippers, and those slippers look amazing. I would love to have some of those bunny slippers. I'd walk around those things like, hell yeah. Like, what's going on, guys? This is Rob, and I've got my bunny slippers on my feet. It'd be pretty awesome. But what he basically ends up doing, and this is what's so smart, what's so cool about Fixit, is he plots and he schemes, and he basically lures these guys into in front of like a giant speaker system, and then immediately sets the volume to 100 and puts it on blast. And like the sheer just impact of sound, right? Because remember, Grendels, just like any other symbiote out there, have an inherent weakness to sound. The sheer impact of sound literally scatters the Grendel symbiote almost all over the place, right? It certainly like takes away from these guys who have basically been dissolved and absorbed and that kind of a thing. But where it tries to begin reconstituting itself, he walks around, or he literally walks up on him with the stereotypical makeshift flamethrower, a candle and an aerosol can, and literally just sprays these guys down, right? Just sprays them down. It's like, yep, business is done. Like that's pretty much how we do it. When you mess with Joe Fixit, you mess with the best. Right? I'd love, for instance, like that, right? Like it would have been cool if we got like just that one line at the end of the comic where he just looks at him and he's like, when you mess with the bull, you get the horns, right? Like it would have been amazing. But of course, this allows, you know, the Incredible Hulk to kind of revert back into his childlike form and literally just start having fun inside of this toy store. In all reality, I know it's probably not exactly what you guys were expecting, but if I'm being honest, I loved it. Like, I love this comic, right? Because one, the Immortal Hulk stories are already incredibly dark. And then two, we kind of get like the King in Black being an exceedingly dark story. It's kind of nice to see this almost sort of dark humor going on here. I like it. I really enjoy it.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Okay, so in the last video we did on the Immortal Hulk, we had done technically only like 4 of the 5 issues that we were supposed to, right? And the whole reason why was because this issue is going to be double-sized, right? So it was like, okay, we don't really have enough time to fit it all into a reasonable time frame. I know some of you guys would love it if I made videos that were like 45 minutes long, but the reality is that we just can't really do that in a feasible way, right? You know, for most of the people on the channel, they would just kind of be like, all right, that's a little nuts. The fact remains here, I'm glad I waited, right? Because this double-sized issue is kind of crazy, right? It's not really a descent into madness, but it's certainly wildly intriguing, right? And it definitely is one of those that's going to take us a little bit of time to get through. But this particular comic, and this is something that I didn't notice right off the bat, and in fact, I read this when it came out,